Hey everyone, I forgot. Camera. Let's have a look. Hey, there we go. A little bit of light as well. Hi Nikita! Hi Nikori! How are you both doing? Make sure. Face is a little bit lit. Oh, actually, let me make sure that you don't see the entire background. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Awesome. Sarah Papa is here as well. It's been a while, Sarah. How are you doing? Nikita is doing good, chilling on stream while I'm doing some 3D store stuff. 3D print store stuff. That's awesome. You're doing some more tests, Nikita. I don't know if you want to reveal what you're up to too much, right? Cool! Let's dive into it, shall we? Awesome. So, let me give you a quick update what happened behind the streams, right? I did a couple of things. So, I've adjusted the blueprint, my lighting blueprint again, which I was working on last time as well. Now I just have one set of things that I need to adjust instead of having like one specific for each preset. Now it will load in like all the settings from like everything, which is awesome because I don't have to like click open like a bunch of different tabs anymore, which is great. Yeah. So that's been nice. I've also been working on some assets. So let's have a look, right? I've been having fun with these little medieval tools, especially for the blacksmith area. So I made like a whole bunch of different tongs. Tongs? People keep correcting me for my spelling. Sorry. You know what I mean, right? Like these metal things. Not the things you wear. So yeah, I've been working on those. Those are all baked down. They look quite nice. And then I started working on like some blockouts for some different things for the blacksmith area. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna continue doing some work on either the blockouts or maybe we'll switch up to making a set of hammers as well. Just still need to finish. Yeah, we'll see where we go. Oh, there's one more thing. Like I did a little bit more level art here, like putting in like the very crude base for the market area. But that's, yeah. You can see that I have like a little testing area with all the tools as well. It's a little bit chaos at the moment. Yeah, but let's get into it. Oh, this to it. So I'm probably gonna continue with some blockouts here. Gonna see what we can build. I wanna build this thing. Right, so I think I have a couple of refs for that. I wanna build this thing. All the same refs, I think. Those two are the same. And then where's all my hammers? So hammers as well. I built this thing. Got like a big grindstone. Hi George, how's it going? Nikita is finally getting around to setting up the socials and the actual website. Oh shit! What are you using for your website? Are you doing it through Squarespace or anything like that? Curious to check it out once it's up there. Oh wait, so these guys are the same. So they're the same, that's a different variation. Yes, let's get into the mood with the music. Oh yeah, I want to make this big forge as well. I made like a really quick blockout for it, but I wanna do some more there. Yes, it's getting warmer and warmer. Yeah, the weather here is awesome. I just went out for a walk. It's lovely. Let's start there, shall we? Let's start there. So I want to make this big forge. Let's start with that one. I kind of have like a very crude block out, but it doesn't look good yet. So. Hi Vivek! Welcome back. How are you doing? I am doing great. Thanks for asking. I'm gonna be making some blockouts for some of the blacksmith area. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, okay, so I'm changing the chat as well so that it's a little bit more readable as I move it around. So hopefully that will help. Yeah, the weather is awesome. How is the weather where you are? Like anywhere in the world? Yeah, so let's have a look at this forge. So we've got this little area up here. That is like... cold and it's great. Spoken like a true hermit. Like, let me be cold. Hi Damian! How is it going? Welcome to the chat. And a lot of it we're actually gonna get from just stones, right? I know who I am. Yeah, me too, Nikita. Like, oh my god, especially in the summer, like it gets ridiculously hot, you know? I mean, we have an AC, so we can't really... We have a portable AC, right? Like, we can't really complain. But still, yeah, really a big fan of warm weather. Especially too warm, you know? Damian is on the job right now. That's awesome. Thanks for sneaking in here. Yeah, how am I gonna approach this guy? I might do... What would this work actually? Like, what would the interior of a forge look like? Because they're putting stuff underneath it to heat the core of it, right? Or is that just for stuff to fall down? I don't actually have an idea. See if I have some more reference pictures over here. Go bunch of random. Hello, Tim. Hey, Admiral Magbar, how's it going? Okay, so I'm realizing that I don't actually know how this thing works, right? And that's going to be very important in the way that I want to construct it. So let's figure it out first, shall we? I'm gonna see if I can find like specific. Oh, they even have like a cap on it as well. That's cool. Might be easier to do an open forge. I think they were more the style in the sort of time period as well. It could be a good shout. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably, honestly, like, I'm probably gonna do, like, a lot of variations, right? I want to make this big boy. Oh, is this like an old version? It's awesome. What? That's cool. So we can kind of see the history of it, too. Yeah, so, okay, so the interior is, like, a rounded surface, right? And then it probably has, like, a chimney as well. I mean, there's a chimney attached to it. I'm just not sure what the underside is for, like how that works. Those fake. It looks so fake. Oh my god. Look. Yeah, because making a fire just in the main thing, right? Like there's nothing underneath it apart from just coals falling down? Yes. Right now I'm making an AC Valhalla style bandit camp and your livestream really helps me. Oh, that's awesome, Vivek. That's fun to work on. It's amazing. Yeah, but that might be a good shout, like an open forge. Let's see what the difference is, right? Open forge, early. Right, let's see what we can find. Yeah, just like a whole bunch of like game stuff. Oh my god. That's cool. Like that one as well. But that's a miniature, right? Yeah. Yeah, doing alright, Chief. How's things? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. We're just looking at what I need for this forge that I want to build. Because I don't know. And there's this other forge as well. Like on the left of it. Okay, because they have a great YouTube series as well. So let me see if I can find like the forge episode. Blacksmiths, yeah. Let's see. So they have like a separate forge here as well, which is like small one, which is cool. The whole Gideon is really cool. Oh, dude, I'm thinking about maybe planning a trip there because I mean, I've been looking at it for so long. I wanna go there and see it in real life, you know, because a lot of stuff that I'm doing is based on it too. Wait, they're not even using the main forge? No. Oh, the Bloomberry furnace. Wait. Which episode is this? Them bellows, yes. Bellows are awesome. That's... Let me see if I can find the episode here, right? It's looking. Oh, that's the brick making process, right? Oh, here we go. Oh, these flames coming out of it are freaking awesome. This wooden tower is really cool as well. Never stumbled upon those. Yeah, so this one would be cool. But I'm looking for the big forge. Give me the big boy. Oh, so they break the whole forge apart. That's clay, that's the paint. Yeah, they don't seem to be using the big forge at all. There's like basket weavers. Dang. Sucks. Yeah, so let's just assume, right? Let's close this sucker up. So if we close this one up. Actually. Actually, what are we doing here? What am I doing? Great question. Right, so we're gonna extrude this, we're gonna flatten this, and then we're gonna push this until here. And then I'm gonna boolean, not a circle, but a sphere out of it. Let's do a UV sphere. Right, and I wanna... Let's see. What does our reference say? We can actually see it. Yeah, it seems to be close to the hole itself, right? So we wanna align it here, and I'm gonna cut the underside of the sphere out of it. And then close it back up. Then I'm also gonna do like I'm gonna make a selection here. And then with soft selection, I'm gonna kind of see if I can taper it upwards and then extrude it. Right? So because this is gonna be the boolean for the chimney as well at the same time. Right? And let's give it a little bit of a preview as well. And then if we set this to... Where is it? Visibility. Wire. Right, so we got like a little chimney going inside of it now. Need to extrude it a little bit because it was cutting out the back of it. But this is cool. Now we can kind of have a like a live preview of things, and we can like adjust the boolean accordingly. See where we're gonna end up. Medieval Old Forge, search for this, Google, maybe it works. Yeah, I'm looking for a specific one though. Instead of Guillon, call it Billion. Oh my god. Freaking pun. Bouillon. You're welcome. I love it. So yeah, maybe we're gonna make the chimney a little wider as well. Let's do this. And then again with soft select. Soft select is your friend. Make it a little bit wider as well. Right, and I'm just gonna add this box to it, and then the whole boolean breaks. So let's make sure that we do it properly. Right, because I think once you start intersecting these two objects, that's when boolean breaks, right? Yeah. We'll just keep it there for now. We can also see is that this wall is not as thick as I made mine to be, so I'm gonna move this whole thing up. Because I was also looking at the chimney, right? The chimney is not really that deep or like as deep as a thing. It doesn't look like it. Right. And I'm just gonna be lazy. Well, probably shouldn't do this yet, right? Because I don't know how that works. So let's just apply the boolean and move this thing down here. Yeah, how are you doing, Emerald Magpie? You busy? Working hard? We still, after all this time, need to have a call. I gotta be honest, I've been really busy this week specifically. Like, a lot of meetings going on, a lot of exciting stuff happening. We're also in full swing on our first studio project as well, so there's a lot of cool stuff happening at the moment. It's not a complaining type of busy, you know? It's more like so much happening, so much exciting cool stuff. Little lip. I wanna... I don't know... I should do that yet. What I want to do is I want to see how far I can get with a tileable. Like a tileable and then displacing it a certain way. So, I don't know... I don't know if I have... I mean, it looks all Kinda screwed up. I'm just fix some view. Is that good enough to try? Be an interesting one. Don't wanna spend too much time on that yet. So what that workflow would basically be is I would use a title that I've already made and then displace it based on the height information in that tileable. Then add like additional rocks or like stones to it whenever I want to add like additional detail to it. Let's also push it down a little bit. Alright, so that would be like the main chamber. It has like a nice flow to it. I think it did screw up some of the topology. So this thing definitely got screwed up. Guess we can move it up and hide it behind that lip. But yeah, as always, I just wanna say, if you're new to the chat here, feel free to ask any questions, or if you have anything weird that comes up on my end that you don't understand, feel free to ask any questions, right? Like this is supposed to be like a very casual, chill / question kind of live stream, so feel free to ask anything. Anything that can help you along in your artistic journey. Be happy to answer. While I just make some chill little blockouts. What's your workflow for the tileable texture? Specifically the woods that you have. So the wood is actually a trim sheet instead of a tileable texture. And the difference between those two is that a trim sheet is it only tiles in one direction, and it allows you to have like specific sections with normal information on top of them. Right? So I'll open up what that looks like. So this is a trim texture, and you can see that I have trims with like different widths, and the different widths are going to be used on like different pieces of like wood in the entire scene. Right, so if I have like a thick beam, I'm going to use these for. If I have like smaller details or like smaller edges, then I'll use these 4 sections. Right, so this trim sheet gives me like a lot of flexibility in terms of like what I can use and what I need in terms of the object that I'm building. Right, so like it allows me to create these tables. But it also allows me to create like a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Like this water well is made with the same kind of texture. This cart is made with the same kind of texture as well. It gives you like a lot of flexibility because you're basically making like a little Lego kit for yourself. And that allows me to like literally make anything out of wood with just that one texture that I have. It's like a super good technique to yeah, just to make sure that you can keep reusing stuff in the same scene. And yeah, my workflow for that, like if you're curious in how I created that, I started out with a base in Blender, right? So I just literally model like all the sections that I think I'm gonna need. Then I do like a little bit of a sculpting pass, which was also done in Blender, and then I texture it in Substance Designer. So when it comes to the actual creation of the whole thing, like it's super straightforward. It gives you, the benefit of that is it's just, it gives you like such a massive amount of reusability, right? Like if I now want to make like one of these assets, the only thing that I can't make is the fabric, right? Because I don't have a texture for that, but all the rest is just using that same trim sheet. You know, like all these assets that are made out of wood, they're all just going to be using that same trim sheet. Just in like different ways that I've applied them, right? It becomes more about being smart with the amount of geometry that you need and want to have, and then mapping that trim sheet to it like in an intelligent way. That's where the real magic happens with trim sheets. So, what's happening? This circle should be... Just clean up this curve a little bit. So this lip is gonna be that little stone ridge. All this stuff we don't need. Let's also... Yeah, so like that's where the trim sheet comes in, right? Like, especially when building like really big worlds or like really big scenes, you'd need to look into something like that. Because, oh my god, if you want to make everything unique, like, hell no, it's just gonna take too long. You know, it's not a workflow that's made for reusability and and just making large worlds. No way. Hi gameplays. Yeah, we were just talking about trim sheets anyway. I can show you. Yeah. So I use a wooden trim sheet, and everything that you see made out of wood is made with that trim sheet. Like the walls, the staircase, like this, the tables, the pillars, the market stalls, the chests, the carts, everything is made out of that trim sheet. And the trim sheet looks like... Oh, I wish I could show it in like a better way. Oh. This is what the trim sheet looks like. Actually gonna be right back and grab some water as well. I'll just leave the trim sheet on so that you can have a look at it. Also, feel free to ask any more questions about trim sheets, right? I'll be right back. We're back. Hello, trim sheet. If only trim sheet could speak. Oh, I forgot my water. Didn't do good stream prep today. Hey, Coffee Diction! To the chat. Yeah, let's get this forge in. This forge looks terrible as well, so maybe we need to have a look at what we can do with this one. Kind of interesting that we have like this before and after. This is the same kind of forge. They just decided to make it like way bulkier because probably like this thing was cracking up, right? That's what my assumption would be. They just decided to reinforce the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. We'll figure this one out later. So that's furnace 1. Let's get this in. It has a placeholder material. Blonk. Add that to the collection. Alright, what else do we want to build? So we got the little forge in. We're going to add more details with the tileable later on. So I'm probably going to create one of these. This one first. This is like a little anvil pedestal. I'm going to see if we can create that one. It's going to be a quick one. Because I'm just going to be lazy and I'm going to reuse like a bunch of stuff that I already have. Did I ask you, Coffee Diction, how you doing? Nice. I don't even remember what I asked people in the chat now. Gonna bounce. I will catch up with you in voice chat soon. Yes! We definitely should. Definitely should, Nikita. Have fun setting up like the website and all that stuff and keep me in the loop, right? Be curious once it's done. Curious to check it out. So for sure. Bye for now. Talk to you later. Good, thanks. Starting a new project? Wait, why? How? When? Is the diner done? Let's make these a little bit chunkier as well. So I'm just gonna make the base block out, and then I'm gonna see how we can chunkify this whole thing. I just don't know when to stop on it, so never gonna finish. That's my 5th now. Yeah, but you know what you're doing wrong, right? Like, if you never finish anything, nothing's gonna ever land on your portfolio, right? So if you have this feeling that you're not gonna finish it, it means that you have to scope down. And it's kind of what we talked about in the Work in Progress Wednesday streams, right? Where don't make an entire environment, like screw all the mountains in the back, just make it a diorama, and then finish it, right? Because you're adding stuff to it which is not necessary for the core of the environment, right? But just scope down. Scope down and yeah, reprioritize, right? Are you using Vertex paint on the wood assets? I'm using Vertex colors. So I'm actually baking the Vertex colors inside of Unreal Engine. Oh, Coffee Diction, don't make a new one. Because if you don't finish this one, you're not going to finish this one either, right? You're so close with this one. Yeah, but Mephisto Free, are you using Vertex paint on the wood assets? No, I'm using Vertex colors. Right? So let me pick a good example. So if we're gonna go to our field over here, we just grab, let's say this card. This one looks good. It has some issues, but whatever. For an example, we can work with it, right? Like what I'm basically doing is let's actually give it a good example. So if I go into the asset and is there a way? I think I looked at this last time. Hi, Cairo. Thinking. Move degenerates? No. Okay, so what I'll do instead is I'm gonna reset the vertex color, right? So let me see if I can do that here. So we're gonna go in override. We're gonna say black. Right? So now we have no vertex colors on this. Well, it's white, right? By default, I think. So let me... let's do white. Override. Re-import. So this is it without any of the layering onto it, right? And what I then do is I go into modeling. I go vertex, bake vertex. Then I just have like my different channels here. And I'll bake it out. And based on the vertex color, it will add dirt wherever it's needed. I actually think, do I already have it on our... Oh, it's unlisted. Okay, I see. I still need to publish that. Oh my god. So terrible. If you want to get a little bit clearer directions, I'll share a tutorial that I made here on this exact topic, which you can explore. Yeah, I find it like really powerful, at least for the stuff that I'm doing. Like it really works well. Let's see. Yeah, coffee addiction. Don't make a new scene. Don't do it. Like just keep finishing this one. You know, it's so close to being done already. It would be such a waste. How many unpublished YouTube tutorials do you have? One? I hope. I think Vertex Color might be the only one. I really hope so, because if I have more than that, it would be kind of ridiculous. So let's change the proportions here. Make it a little bit chunky. Chunky block. Hey Jay! Welcome back! How are you doing? But thanks, I'll see what I can do to just release it, but it ends up in a to-do list for 2 weeks. Yeah, but like, I mean, 2 weeks is not that bad, right? For the amount of time that you've already spent on the project. 2 weeks is nothing. So it might as well be worth it. Gotta push on through, man. Like this is honestly like a defining moment, right? This is honestly like a defining moment where you get to choose to finish it or not, right? But that depends on you, right? Like I've always been like, I know that this sucks, but I'm probably gonna get through it. Like if I just keep pushing on, right? Because, in my opinion, this is based on my previous experiences, right? I'm trying to think about like a relevant example. Because I was gonna say, like, if I am gonna start something new and I'll get a break, I know that I'm never gonna finish the old project because this one is more exciting, right? So yeah. It's the exact moment where all my scenes get dumped. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And I know that that's the case. So you should try to break the cycle now instead of just doing the same thing over and over again. Because yeah, like the reality of it is, like, how long are you gonna keep this up? If this is already your 5th scene, like, how many scenes are you gonna have to do before you change your behavior here? Right, that's a question for yourself, right? I understand it's a skill to say when to stop. Yeah, but I think that sounds more like an excuse at this point than a skill, right? Because now when the going gets rough, like, you're ready to back out, even though you're pretty close to finishing this environment up. Right? Wouldn't call that a skill. In general, it's definitely a skill. Yeah, for sure. See what I'm saying? What does... Let's maybe see if we can involve the chat into this, right? Like, what has anyone else done whenever they get to that moment where a project gets really rough? Like, how do you deal with that? Because I'm also curious, right? Like, for me, that's why I'm such a big believer of making it a habit, right? Because to me, it doesn't matter if I have the motivation or not anymore. Like, I know that I just have to keep working on it. Like, to me, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, at this point, this is also not something that works for everyone, right? But like, to me at this point, like, working on my work is like just the same thing as eating. As ridiculous as that sounds, like, that's what I've built up myself, right? Let me ask this. When you see something unfinished, how do you force yourself against all the OCD triggers to release it? That sounds... Yeah, let's have a look at Cairo further before we dive into that question, right? It's perfectly understandable to have an art graveyard over the years. Oh yeah, dude, like, I have a massive one as well. We're all artists, want to try new stuff. Sometimes that makes it to the end and it goes into portfolio, sometimes not. But if you want to be a professional artist, you gotta have a portfolio. So if you never finish anything, that's a problem. Right? Yeah, totally understand. And like, totally agree with it too. Right? Because, yeah, as Cairo said, I have a massive graveyard as well. The thing that the thing that I want to emphasize there as well is that you have to realize, or at least that's what I tried to do over the years, is what makes a portfolio go into the graveyard or not. Right? And then over time, what I did, and I don't know, do I have like a... I give it like a visualization if I can. Let me think. Where did I dump all this stuff? Personal work. Work. Yeah, I think let's see. I think this might be like a good representation, right? So I have my projects sorted on the year that I did them, right? So 2015, this was all the stuff that I tried to do, right? So we got 24 items. Cool. 2016, 8 items. Cool. 2017, 10 items, right? So you can kind of see that I'm like downscoping like a lot. And like I tried to do, this is the case for me, right? I tried to do less stuff with the emphasis on finishing it. Right? If I'm talking about stuff that needs to land on your portfolio, right? Because I'm in this weird position where if I want to try out something new, I have my playground right here. Like we're kind of looking at it, right? So if I want to try out something new, I just do that in my environments themselves. Because I like to build the big stuff, right? I'm not one for making smaller assets and all that. That's going to be definitely a difference between. I mean, that's where personal interests come in, right? And what you want to do. If it's about motivation, I usually categorize it in 2 forms of burnout, creative and monotonous. When I burn out in one way, I try to approach a task in another way. Yeah, that's also a good point. Switching it up is definitely a thing, right? I do that too with my environments as well, where oh, now I'm working on blockouts, right? And I think you see it on the stream, right? Like last time, maybe the one before that, we worked on level art, right? So I was just like composing stuff in the engine. I was building the town. And now I just want to work on assets, right? So that's what I'm doing now. And I think last time I did a little bit of blueprint work, so I'm kind of hopping around between things. You could do that with multiple projects, right? But that never worked for me for the reason that a new project to me meant that it was always like the next shiny thing, right? So I realized after a while that if I start something new to break the cycle of like, oh, I need to kind of feeling bored or I'm feeling burned out or whatever you might attribute to it. To me, switching to another thing didn't work because that gave me an excuse to drop the thing that made me burned out, right? Or like, not burned out. I wouldn't call it burnout in my case. That just made me want to give up when the going got rough. I think it's hardship. That's what it comes down to, right? I wasn't tired of it. Like there were things that needed to be done that were either like way above my skill level or I didn't know how to do, and I kind of pushed them to the back of the queue, and now the whole queue is empty and there's only that thing to be done. Right? That's what most of it was in my case. And that thing was basically blocking the whole project. Yeah, but it's an interesting one because that's why, for me personally, again, right, I'm such a big believer of making a habit out of it instead of relying on motivation, right? Because I'll tell you right now, there's days that I don't want to work on my personal work, right? Or I don't feel like it. And then once I get started on it, like I get into the rhythm again. Right? It's independent of motivation at this point. And again, whether that works for you or not, that's something that you'll have to figure out. But I feel that this is the thing that I advise like a lot of people to do, because I've seen it work on like so many aspects, right? And I didn't want to be dependent on like being motivated or being inspired, because that stuff is always going to be temporary. Always. Oh, sorry, Jay, I didn't see your explanation. Creative burnout, do a simple task like a baked asset. And monotonous burnout, do something new and exciting. Yeah, that's an interesting That's an interesting take. Yeah. Do a simple task like a bake asset. Monotonous burnout, do something new and exciting. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I wouldn't classify that as burnout necessarily, but I see what you're saying. Like, it makes sense. So agree with discipline over motivation? Yeah. Yeah. When you do this as a job, this is what Cairo is saying in the chat as well. When you do this as a job, you have to work towards being creative, whether you feel like it or not. You can't just not get any work done during a day because you feel uninspired. Yeah. And again, that also doesn't mean that there's not going to be bad days and good days, right? The same happens here as well. Like, I have bad days, I have good days, right? Like, days where I'm like up until 3 in the morning and I don't even realize that it's 3 in the morning. But there's also days where I'm like, I don't know, burning the midnight oil and I'm like, oh my god, it's just not working today, you know? And then, yeah, doing something else, switching it up. Usually when I realize that, then I'll play a game, right? Right before I go to bed, and I'll just have a break. Because I know that sleep is also probably like the best thing to reset your mind as well. Maybe I should analyze a bit why this is happening. I think honestly, contradiction, it's just because the scene is too big according to your skill set. Right? Like the ideal scene should... There's like the 80-20% rule that can be applied to this as well, right? Where 20% of the scene should challenge you, and 80% of it should be like in your comfort zone. Right? There's even... I was listening to a podcast on this where I forgot his name. I think it's Andrew Huberman talked about this, where if you want to expand your skill set, you have to be in that zone, right? Where you're constantly challenging yourself, but not too much that you get demotivated by not handling the challenge, right? And that's the balance that you're trying to strike. Maddie is also saying in the chat, it's hard personally. I keep going because I have hope to improve what I have, but at the same time it can be damaging because it could be better just to start from scratch on something else. The thing that I advise to do there is you need to make projects. Again, it kind of comes down to like making projects according to your skill level, right? Because the ideal situation is that you make a project, and by the time you finish it, that's when you kind of feel tired about it. Right? So that means that if you're just getting started, do something simple, right? Because something simple is going to give you like a little bit of dopamine hit, right? It's like, oh, I finished something. And something simple could be like making a titleable texture, right? One texture. That's all. Right? And then maybe doing a prop afterwards, right? Very simple prop, nothing too fancy. And then building up and up and up. Because as you do that, you get more used to the dopamine that it releases, right? You get more used to that feeling of, oh, I can do this. Like I've done stuff before. You know, I know that I can do like a texture. I know that I can do an asset, and that's gonna make you feel more confident as well when you're tackling this stuff. And also it's important to realize that it's all small steps, right? The stuff that I'm doing here, I've been building up for like the last decade, right? It takes time. It takes time. And I'm still, I mean, I'm not trying to say that I'm at like the end point, right? There's no end point. Like we constantly keep learning, keep improving. What happens when you rush? You either burn yourself out, or if that doesn't happen, like people are gonna notice that you're rushing, and you're not gonna get hired. right? Because what rushing usually means is that you don't take time to put the extra time in to add all the details that people actually want to see when you're looking for a job, right? Deadlines are bad for portfolio works? No. There is a balance, right? It's not black and white. I think if you're working for a portfolio, what you should do is look at a timeline when, let's say you want to get in, right? Or like, let's say you want to start applying, right? So you have a timeline of, let's say, 6 months, and then look at the projects and the focus. Basically, look at what you want to achieve yourself, right? And what you want to become in the industry, and then build a couple of projects within that timeline, right? So you're going to end up with deadlines regardless. Because the fact of the matter is, if you don't have a deadline, you end up in a situation like I'm doing right now. I'm the worst example of not setting a deadline, right? I started with one building, and I just wanted to do one little building, and then it became a little scene, and then it became a little thingy, and now there's no deadline, there's no rush, like, and this project might, I don't know, like it might be a year out, it might be 2 years out, you know? You don't want to have that unreliability when it comes to setting a goal, right? Because if you have that goal, and I think that's honestly like the most important point here, is you should have a goal, right? That's the most important thing. Like, to me, the goal is to, for this one, is to make a project that I can constantly experiment with, that is going to be sold as an asset package on the Unreal Engine marketplace, and that is the best environment that I can produce with my current capabilities. Right? Those are like the goals that I kind of have in my head for this project. But in terms of scope, nah, nothing here. And I've probably set an unrealistic deadline. Yeah, or, again, what I keep saying, right? The scope is too big. Like, you don't need, like, all the other stuff that you're doing with your environment, right? Like, what you should be focusing on is the stuff that you're kind of focusing on already. But you just need to be, like, really crude and say, like, hey, look, this building matters to me. Make a diorama. The road, don't care. The desert around it, don't care. The billboard in the back, don't care. The power lines, don't care, you know? It's not relevant to the main building, right? Like, I think if I look at your scene, it's to make well, the road could be debatable, right? Like, you want to maybe showcase the road. I get that, but the rest of it, don't need it. Like, if I look at your scene, it would be a roadside diner, right? That's like, let's say, the last of its kind. It's struggling to stay open, and that's what you want to visualize, right? But that doesn't mean that you need like the whole desert and all that stuff around it. Do as I say, not as I do. Exactly, Jay. This is it, right? Like, I've worked up to this point, like in like small steps, right? I've always done environments, but you can tell with the early environments that my skill set wasn't good enough to execute the environment to a good degree, right? So it's constantly like a moving needle. Work on the diner itself when I have a road and a desert and so on. The work on the diner itself changes when I have a road and a desert. No. Only make the diner. Don't even think about the road and the desert. Don't even think about it. It's about scope, right? That's what we're talking about. Like, what is important to show off, right? That's always what I try to link it to. And you want to show off that you can do a nice environment that has a little bit of storytelling, right? But the landscape in the back is not going to show that, right? Because it's just generic mountains. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not relevant to what you're trying to show off. Cairo was also saying, I used to be terrible with this as well, and I still am to an extent. But what helps me is I would hopefully be doing art for the rest of my life, so no rush to finish every cool project now. Yeah. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. And I get it, right? And I want to add to that. It's almost like a contradiction, but it kind of can also be in the same sort of vein. But I also realize that I only have this small amount of time on this earth, and then that kind of kicks me into gear of like making stuff that aligns to me, right? And that I'm proud of, and that I have fun with, and all that stuff too. Because I'm very aware that our time here is not what do you call it? Like, it's not endless, right? And honestly, it depends if that works as a driver for you. To me, it does. If it doesn't, like, also don't go into a weird spiral, right? Hey, Armani! This is my first time properly catching the live stream. Hello! Welcome! Happy to have you here. How are you doing? Yeah, like, I think the best way to put that is looking at your work as a marathon, not a sprint, right? Probably, I don't know if it's a better way. I mean, I totally get your point, Kyra. What's happening here? Correct phase attributes. Spy. Let's rotate some of these suckers up. No, it's not. It's not meant to set you as rushing, right? It's just to prioritize yourself in a way that's more aligned with your life. Right? It's not necessarily rushing, but it's just like really prioritizing what's important to you and to your goals in life, right? Doesn't mean that you should rush and neglect all the stuff that's basically important to get you to your goal, right? You want to spend a lot of time focusing on the stuff that is actually important to get you to your goal. Armani, as someone wanting to career shift to environment art from a non-creative job, I was wondering how you do properly identify what your objective should be for a new project. You first need to define what you want to be in the industry, right? What specialization? Because environment art is more like the encapsulation of a lot of the art stuff that happens for the environment, right? But there's like a lot of specializations within it still. And I'll give you an overview. On our website, we have this little page over here. Paste it. Where you can start diving into like what the specializations are and what might be interesting to you. And that's probably where I would start. And then you can kind of see what you want to do. Right? And kind of specialize a little bit already. And build goals toward that specialization. That's probably the best way that I can describe it. Okay, let's vary up some of these things, right? Amazing, thank you. No worries. Damian is also coming in with a good suggestion. I'd say that depends. Maybe start like a general level designer and find out the job, what interests you the most, and try and ask to specialize. Yeah, yeah. I think the same thing happens with environment art, right? Like environment art, like a lot of people want to do environment art, but they don't realize that it's like a broad thing. And dependent on the size of the company, you might wear different hats within that too, right? So it's like it's a very, what to call it? Like a very varied thing, right? Where there's a lot of variation in it. Let me just switch some of these suckers up. Hold up. In smaller companies, double design doesn't have that many specializations. Yeah. Well, but you gotta be careful, right? Like, level design is also something completely different compared to environment art, right? Level design usually means that you're coming in, building the blockouts, and focusing on the actual gameplay of the level. You're putting in like the Lego bricks, basically, right? Like the foundational components of making a space that actually is nice to traverse, is a good playable space, making sure that the AI can navigate it like cleanly. And then on top of that, you have the environment artist coming in and then dressing up the space and making assets for the space and like making it look nice, right? So a level designer is more responsible for the foundational setup, right? Like the gameplay functionality. And then an environment artist comes on top of that and adds like the beautification pass on top of it. So yeah, it depends on what you want to become, right? Because if you're looking for someone who wants to do art, then level design wouldn't be like the right choice. Beautification is a great word. Thanks, Caro. Sometimes I'll slap like a fancy word in there, you know. Let's see. Just gonna see if we can create like some variation here. I'm just selecting like a bunch of random islands. Oh, can we actually do like a select random here? No, I don't think so. Dang it. Well, we could do it in the mesh. So we could do it in the mesh. Right, and then I'm just gonna randomize. No! Randomize, and then y-axis, and then whoop, like a bunch of random UVs on there. Nice. Yeah, but thanks for bringing that up, Coffee Diction. Like it's an important conversation, you know. Definitely looking to flex some of that pent-up beautification I've building up in me for years. Hell yeah. Sounds like you want to be an artist then. Yeah, I think as like a... I mean, it's mostly on the website, right? It's mostly on the website, but like defining what career you want to have is probably like the main recommendations I would give, because that's a good way to start. Do you kind of know what you want to do already, Armani? Or are you like really fresh into like diving into the whole topic of this? Just doing a little bit of cleanup here. Just want to make it all nice and smooth, you know? So that we don't get like any weird intersections. Just hide this stuff for a second. I'm gonna select all the seams here. Select similar seam and then mark sharp. Roy S, watching your streams made me start using trim sheets more. That's awesome. It's awesome to hear. Glad I can be a service. Should be getting like affiliate bonuses for like trim sheets, you know? I don't know if trim sheets have an affiliate program, but maybe they want to sponsor me in the future. Such a different mindset at first. Oh yeah. Yeah, because you're not what's the best way to explain it? You're being more creative with your geometry rather than with your texturing. Right? Because all I'm doing, like all this stuff, is just being creative with geometry, right? Like testing out what works, like, oh, does this decal work? Oh, it kind of does. Nice, you know? And then just keep on expanding it. I love it. So fun to play around with. Let's actually... I want to make it a little bit more rounded. So if we... Visual origins... Could have just done an inset there, right? Let's roll on with my stupidity. So I kind of want to make it a little bit more rounded. And what I'll do, I'm going to see if we can do this, right? So if I select all these vertices, which are basically all the edges, and then... Nice. Ah, but it's going in all directions. I don't want that though. Need planning. Yes, sir. For sure. Like a little bit more involved when it comes to the planning stage, for sure. Although, I've been pretty lazy with my planning, honestly. Like, I did a little bit of it, I did some tests, and then left enough open space to kind of make up for my mistakes, you know? That's kind of my approach to it. Or was my approach. I've done some stuff, like made 2 props in a small environment so far, but never properly focused on making it a career for years. Oh, that's awesome. So you already kind of know what you want to do then, right? Or like at least have a good idea. It's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna add some decals here. So we're gonna just we only need the exterior faces though. I'm gonna deselect all of this. Duplicate all of this so that we can kind of see what we're doing with it. Oh god, it's doing the stacking thing again. Please. Don't stack stuff that I don't have selected. This is a thing that makes my blood boil. Stack. Okay. Well, we're good. But now the rotation is fucked though. Oh well. Fix that up. Then I'm gonna be lazy again. I'm just gonna do, what is it? My randomize now on the X. Set that to like a small enough value. Gotta make sure that it's somewhat to texel density as well. This is completely wrong. Because it's a 4K. Hold up, did something change? Oh, wait. Are you worrying about texel density? Yeah, this is how much I worry about it. Just one click. Honestly, I get why people are kind of freaking out about like the whole texel density topic, but most of it is just like understanding the concept, of course. That's probably the trickiest thing, like the theoretical part of it. But honestly, all you do in the industry is just like click a button. You know? Like that's it. Like I just did. It's like, oh, this is our texel density? Cool. I just click it. Oh, it's good. Nice. And then we can hide this tool again. Bye. You need to solve the rotation here though. God. On time. Must be a smarter way. Okay, let me... Is there like an orient thing? No, that doesn't work. I'm just having a look if there is like a nice rotational thingy, but I don't think so. Oh, why is it selecting everything again? Hate it. Hi, Joe. Oh, whatever. Whatever. I'm done. I'll just do it manually. Yes. How are you doing, Joe? It's good to see you back. It's 90. Basically just orienting them. They're gonna nicely face down. So I think it's all of it apart from this one because this one's crooked. Ah! Right, and then we'll just have to scale this up a tiny bit. Oh, we probably want to take the center. Right, and then we're getting some nice damage on the edges. And then we can kind of just play around with like the vertices here to give it a little bit more interest. Stretch it a little. Don't care. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, doing good, man. Doing good. Having some fun with making a little acid over here. Making a little block that's gonna be the support for an anvil. So we got some variation going on it. Do the underside of the legs as well. See. Because we don't want to make it look like it's just a cube. You want to make it look nice. Do the same thing here. You want to ensure that these damage marks, you don't see anything repeating, right? So these two, exactly the same. So it's gonna move one up. We should be good again. Awesome. What does that look like? Just offset them a little bit. And then do a quick one here as well. A tiny one here though. Don't want to do it too much. Not a big issue. These guys. So I'm gonna see if we can create some variation in that as well. Can I actually do a randomized rotation? Well, you can't do it with 90°, I guess. Yeah. It's not gonna do it. Probably just gonna first move some stuff over. And then just do like a bunch of random selections, basically. And just pick out the ones that are like close to each other. Right? Or like kind of have the same feel to them. Oh, getting a little bit of stretching, I just noticed as well. So actually just relax these. Wait and gridify. I don't even know if there's like a relax thing in. Minimize stretch. Oh. 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 That's weird. Like, this is mouse scrolling. That's weird. Try that again, because there was nothing that popped up, right? So UV... Where was it? Minimize stretch. And you can scroll. Oh, no, scrolling's done. Oh. Don't know what happened there. What? Now it doesn't work anymore. Oh. Okay. Oh. It's weird, like once you zoom out too far, like it's like, oh, you're done scrolling, cool. We're just gonna revert to the default object then. Blender is literally unusable. Oh. Right, and then we have these two metal attachments. But I don't have a texture for those yet, so... I'm actually thinking about making a trim sheet for wood as well, for metal. So that we can make like a bunch of nice metal ornaments. And like have like very, very organic stuff. That would be interesting. Would be interesting. Super handy. Yeah, I think so too. Sharp and anvil. Anvil pedestal? Would you be okay with having this tool 2 draw calls? Yeah. Yes, yes. So anvil pedestal. Let's get that into the scene as well. So, where are we? So import anvil pedestal. Nice. Oh, we forgot to attach the interior blocks to it. Which also all have the same UVs. It's not good. So we will fix that now. Also have big boy UVs, so there should be smaller boy UVs. What is the textile density on this? I'm gonna get the big boys. The big boys. Well, we don't want to vary them up too much, right? Nice. Okay, so select all of it. And just re-import it. Nice one. Okay, I see I bother way too much about them. Yeah. Just make it look cool. Make it look cool, especially for portfolio. Make shit look awesome. I mean, there's people probably throwing out like 8K textures on like some of these props that we're looking at more recently, so who cares, you know? Obviously the industry cares. I'm just joking. But like the art should come first, right? Because the technicalities are easier to learn than the actual art. Especially in a lot of cases. Do want to make one of these guys as well. Because we already have grindstone. Do you ever give feedback on portfolios? Yes, we actually have an upcoming event on... It's always on the second Tuesday of the month, so it's the 9th. And let me just have a quick look at the community chat. Let's see. Portfolio reviews. I think honestly, last time we looked at all the community portfolios, so there's no new ones yet. So I might actually do some random portfolios. Let me portfolio reviews. Oh, I need to fix this a little bit, but I'll share the link anyway. This is the link if you want to submit your portfolio for a review. I think your name doesn't automatically update anymore because that's kind of broken now, but it should still be like in the back end, so I can still reach it. Yes, okay, so we got this little anvil block over here. Let's make this grindstone. I'm gonna do that. We have big boy grindstone. I think this one, which I sort of just scaled up, but we need to do like a bunch of adjustments on it so that it looks more like this one. But I actually like this one a bit more, so I'm just make a block out for it. Has an interesting structural feel and like silhouette to it. Okay. Let's see. Where do we start from? Are these guys? Kind of has like a similar structure to it. Right, so kind of like the structure underneath kind of already have. Get rid of like a bunch of this stuff. Oh, it's not a solid piece. Interesting. Yeah, as I'm molding stuff, I see we have like a whole bunch of new people in here, or potentially new people. Feel free to ask any questions, right? About getting into game development, I don't know, maybe you're stuck with a certain workflow, or you're wondering how a certain workflow works, or just questioning what the hell I'm doing on screen. Feel free to ask. I should honestly put that on like a banner on the live stream or something like that. Are you using standard Unreal lights or something special? Yeah, everything that I'm using is standard, like in terms of lighting. What I did do is I did make a blueprint that makes it easier for me to store presets and all that stuff. So I kind of have this blueprint here, like this lighting preset blueprint, where I can just select like, hey, I want morning light, or I want evening light. Right, and that's all stored based on like the parameters that I've set before. So I do have that, but honestly, like that is just driving like a whole bunch of standard Unreal Engine assets, right? Oh, I just realized that it's in front of chat. Sorry about that. I need to do something like this. It's handy. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's way more involved. Like, well, I made it way more involved than it needed to be. Right? Because I also want to use that as like a standardized template between scenes, and it's also going to be used for the studio project as well, so it kind of needs to be clean too. So yeah, I definitely went a little bit nuts with it, but you don't have to. Yeah, it's all using just a default, like the default Unreal Engine stuff. Yeah, getting some cool results from it. And this, I don't know if he's still in here, but that's inspired by Cairo Goodbrand. I keep giving you shoutouts every live stream, but I don't know if you're still here. We actually have like an amazing workshop that he did for us as well. Oh hi, yeah, you inspired me to go on this crazy rabbit hole and look into this like light preset thing. So appreciate it, buddy. I'll you know what I'll do? I'll link the video as well. So we're talking about it anyway. I'll link the little workshop. Where is it? There it is. Lighting, let's go. I mean, honestly, like the lighting, because this is the workshop that he did on 4 specific things, like 4 specific blueprints that could really help you with your art. And this is just one example, right? And I kind of went nuts with it and added my own things to it. But yeah, definitely gives like a good overview and like a good template for it. So thank you so much, Cairo. Appreciate it, buddy. Also, the straw huts, how did you go about that? The texture is made in Substance Designer. It's honestly relatively simple. You know, like, because straw is just basically just like elongated cylinders, right? Um, but then yeah, I started with like a base shape on like cylinders, and then I kind of scattered them all over the place with like lots of transforms on it, so that it kind of doesn't look like cylinders anymore, but it kind of has like a wiggle to it. Then once I have like a clump of straw, I then scatter that even more, right? So in that way, you can like really quickly build up like tileable textures. So let's do UVs. Oh no, these are fucked. Okay. Okay, I get it. UV cleanup later then. And working. Spends hours, create lighting blueprint prefab, does a whole workshop on it, and then also hasn't touched it since. You know, Cairo, you know exactly where this thing is gonna end up as well, right? Like my blueprint, I'm saying now that I'm gonna be using it all over the place and like in all my scenes in the future. Am I though? You know, we'll see about that one. Right, I'm just trying to get the structure in here. When will we learn? Never. And then at a certain point, you're gonna need it, but then you forgot where you saved it, and then it's like, oh, well, I'll just make a new one. I also remake master materials every time. Well, yes, yes. I'll be honest, I'm trying to get away from that. You know, I mean, we're all trying to get away from it. But I was looking into how to make your own content packs, right? So that as soon as you start a project, you can just inject like your template project or like your template project pack into it, right? So that you have like all your master materials already sorted out. That would be pretty freaking sweet. Because I'm trying to be better at it. Like the whole studio thing was basically built from my master materials as well. So I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's also just the first time doing it, so there's also no track record of it being true yet. Oh god. But dude, like imagine the amount of time. Well, I'll not even say time. Imagine the amount of projects that you could have finished with all the time that you wasted recreating like the stuff from scratch again. Hey, we're not even talking about time. We're talking about projects at this point. At least I am. The pain. Sag, I know, right? I know. But also, if I would have told you, or well, let's flip it around. If you would have told me to be smart and like reuse a bunch of stuff, I would have been, wow, makes so much sense. And then I still wouldn't do it. Because it is just so low on the priorities list, right? That it's almost like boring admin work, you know? Like, what you mean reuse? Pfft, I'm already doing it anyway, right? So I might as well keep going, kind of thing. And then it's just like, yeah, practice makes perfect, right? Right? Yeah. It's like the Star Wars meme, right? Oh man. And it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Just the project graveyard, the amount of projects. Oh my god. And then kind of drive thingies going through like the whole thing, like driving the grindstone. Again, just gonna be lazy. Just steal a grindstone from this guy. Laziness for the win. Honestly, I'd probably be more inclined to use old stuff if opening Unreal projects didn't take so long, so maybe the content pack thing should be something I try. Yeah. So I haven't really figured it out yet, right? But there is an option. There is an option here. Where is it? Let me see. So add feature or content pack, right? I'm like, cool, so there must be an option here. And then I'm like, content. It has starter content in here, right? Which makes sense. But there must be a way that you can just add your own starter content in here as well. And then whenever you want to do an update to it, you just have to work in that project instead, right? But yeah, there must be some functionality for that. Hey, I did like a little bit of digging in it. And there is some obscure documentation for it. I think Scott actually looked into it as well. I can't remember. Looks interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's so I'm like, it's stored in the back of my brain, right? Like, okay, this is interesting. I'll have a look at this later. Wait, so how does all this stuff align? Let's put it up a little bit higher. Where's my character ref? Okay, so that's not bad. That's good. That's good. So I don't know when I'm going to get into it, but I'll definitely make a video about it once I kind of figure it out. Because that stuff would be amazing. I just started using pack level instances because of the stream, and oh man, game changer. Oh dude, yeah, it is. Oh my god, I love it. I think for me, it is literally that, right? Like a massive game changer. It changes up like my whole workflow and the way that I build stuff in the engine now. Like it's so good, man. Love it. So, and this is where the pole is gonna go through. I'm just having a look at these connections over here. Plonk. Extend this all the way through, and then I kind of have my reference point for where the middle of the wheel is as well. Know that I need to move the wheel up a little bit. It's kind of in the middle of those two. Right, so I'm gonna do Boolean. Select this thing. I'm gonna change that to wireframe. And I want to make the hole like a little bit bigger than the actual driver, right? So that you can kind of see through it, which could be cool. It's coming up with errors over here. Just ignore those. Right, do we have a ref for the other side as well? Okay, so that's just a peg. It's gonna go through it. Just gonna hide this. Hey Antoine! Hey Antonio! How are you both doing? I want to thank you for the feedback. Now I got some free time. I want to thank you for it. Oh, nice. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I'm available every week, right? Like whenever I can help, just tag me using the new A Work in Progress Wednesday tag, and I'll have a look at it. Feel free to make as much use of it as you want. Hey Antonio, I'm doing good. Thank you so much. Making a couple of blockouts for the scene. And then just rotate it again here. Oh! Not subbed! Antoine, what are you doing? Damn, you're not subbed with your Smurf account? You know? Again, I keep having the UV tab open when I'm not using it. Waste of space. Here. That aligned. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's some gross rotation on this. Ew. Ew. What have I done? Hey Martin! It's good to see you back. How are you doing? Pyramid Scheme! Welcome back. Hi guys, just finished 6 case studies, 3 days ahead of schedule. Is it a happy Friday indeed? Hell yeah, that's awesome! That is awesome. Asset is looking great. Thank you so much. Trim sheets for the win. This. Or did she add all the music in here? Oh my. So stupid. Let's switch it up a little. That I made it at least partially in live. Nice. Good to see you too. I'm just gonna apply all these scales because the scale seems to be a little bit screwed up. One way to tell, I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but like one way to tell if your scale is screwed up is if you do an inset or if you do an extrude, like it doesn't act like you want it to. It might be an indication that your scale is off. Have you played Jedi Survivor? It's an Unreal Engine 4 title. Can you please explain how the shader compilation works in games? No. No on both accounts. My very limited understanding on how shader compilation works is that it just needs to compile the actual code of the shader. Right? It starts compiling that in the background, usually. But it's very CPU intensive. That's as far as I can go. Not a technical artist. If you wanna... There's probably people on YouTube that explain it way better. I'm just a simple artist. Why do you ask, Pyramid Scheme? I mean, I have a good idea why you ask, but would still be interested to hear about it. Started working on the finals, Martin. Oh, that's awesome. What do you have to do for your finals? Finals. What did I have to do? Oh, I think I remember what I had to do. Like you could pick, right? I did growing splines. So we had like a blockout of the level. And then I would like animate Unreal Engine splines to have like procedural, like animated growth of like root systems and like trees and like the actual foliage. It would grow based on like the age of the tree, and it would like grow splines on top of surfaces and all that kind of stuff. Like there's some cool stuff in there. Looked absolutely horrible though, because for half of the time, like, I didn't know what the hell I was doing with it. Thought it would be similar to when I load up Unreal and it says compiling shaders. Used to take long, but I found a workaround online. Oh, okay. Cool. And then we're gonna see if we can drive like little peg in here, right? Because we wanna fasten that to each other. So I'm just gonna again be lazy. Gotta be lazy. Just move all the way here. Now we have like a little peg. That should be keeping this thing in place. Nah, I unfortunately don't make enough time to play games anymore, and when I do, I play something like Risk of Rain, you know? I play it at the end of the day when my brain is fried and I just need something that I can just get some nice enjoyment out of, right? Because it would honestly be a shame for me to, well, I've tried it, like playing like very narrative driven games, because I don't have the mental bandwidth to pay attention to a story anymore. Unless I'm really invested into it, right? And I'm not for Star Wars. Don't have the mental capacity for it. I play games for references. The Assassins and Jedi Survivor are impeccable. Yeah. I mean, the game looks really nice. Don't get me wrong. Looks really freaking gorgeous. Cairo in the chat here actually did a scan from the game. So it's just going into photo mode and taking like a bunch of pictures and then basically doing the same workflow as photogrammetry. And then I think I also stumbled upon like a couple Twitter threads of people sharing their what was it? Sharing their screenshots. It looks beautiful. Beauty. It was fun, but everyone thinks I'm going to get sued. Oh my god. Nah, you're not going to get sued for that. Why would you? You're not putting it out there, right? Right? I know. Not putting it out there again, right? Just oh my god, just imagine the chaos. Like, you scanning the whole game and then just like calling it something different and then putting it out there, right? With like the standard like first person shooter template of Unreal Engine like slapped onto it, you know? Hell yeah. Are weighted normals used in games? Yes. A game like Star Citizen, for example, is built on weighted normals. The same for Alien Isolation as well. Alien Isolation, the new Doom games, Star Citizen. Those are some of the examples that I can come up with. Super optimized nanite Jedi Survivor in Unreal Engine 5. Oh, Cairo, think about the potential of the YouTube videos you could make, though. The thumbnail, oh my god, I can see it. I made Jedi Survivor in 10 minutes. Right? Oh my god, there's some banging YouTube material for that. You're gonna be rich. So many remastered videos. Well, look, maybe the amount of money that you make with that can outweigh the amount of money that you're owing them when you're getting sued, right? I mean, that's how big companies do it, right? Like, if the slap on the wrist, like, is not as big as the profit they made from it, then they just keep on doing it, right? So why shouldn't we? Oh my god. So many remastered videos. Oh my god. What would be another good thumbnail? Like a good title of a video. Like, what would that be? Philip Rotman, sorry to miss your question. You showed us how to bake vertex colors in Unreal. Would it be possible to do it in Blender using the AO mapping curvature maps? Yeah. I think so. I've never done it. But you can bake in Blender as well, for sure. For sure. You could even build... I saw a video this morning, or like an explanation, little tutorial from someone who built their own baker in Houdini. Right? So that you can literally just plug it in and it will do like a bake inside of Unreal using Houdini and then spit out like a bunch of really detailed maps. Yeah. There's probably tons of options there. Oh, this thing needs to be way thicker though. A little bit flimsy. I fixed Jedi Survivor. Oh, that's a good one as well. And something about the performance. Oh, yeah. About performance. Man, it's a weird year for games, huh? Especially on PC. Because now with Redfall coming out as well, or like just released, it's well, now to be honest, performance there is not the issue. Yeah, I mean I haven't played it yet, so. Okay, so we need a couple of pegs here as well, right? So we're gonna put a little peggy boy. Can't see my rotation. Thank you very much. Hello? I mean, yeah, we don't have to dive into all of that. Like I feel like there's enough said about games anyway. I just wanna make interesting stuff, you know? Let me do my little assets over here. Let me be the Bob Ross of game art, please. Quick question. Wouldn't the second peg on the handle be useless in that spot? Or am I hallucinating? Second peg. Second peg. Where? Oh, yes, it would. It totally would. It totally would. Like we need to rotate this sucker up, right? We need to rotate this guy and then move it over here. Great catch, Kira. Thank you so much. Yes, that's better. Completely misaligned, but it's way. Nice. Good catch. Good catch. We have to add a little over here. Bonk. Oh, so oh no, it's because I have soft selection on. Right. We'll fix the stretching later. We need to like re-UV some of these pieces anyway. Right? do have like a bunch of stuff hanging on here. They do have like a bunch of pegs in here. Oh, what could actually be cool? I like the detail that they added there. Is it's slanting. So so it's kind of being pushed in, right? So like it's sturdy at the bottom, and then got some wood pegs driving through it at the top. Doesn't really even have this crossbar, but I'm gonna keep it in. Screw it. Do you usually not bevel or just use a normal map to get the illusion? Yes, I use a normal map and save myself a bunch of geo. In most cases, it actually works like pretty well. No, midday. Let's go. Oh, this one's kind of screwed up. What would be a good example of this? I mean, sometimes what I'll do is to emphasize the effect, I'll add like a little bit of geo to it, right? Depending on how big it is on the silhouette. But yeah, for the most part, I just leave it to the normal map, right? Because I've set it up in the way that the ultimate trim technique is what it's called, right? That's kind of like the most well-known document on this workflow, where you build in 45-degree bevels into your bake, onto your like separate trims. So that means that if you have a plane here and a plane here, like if you add both 45-degree bevels onto it, like it bridges the gap between the two. So that's the workflow being used. Yeah, I try to stay away from the bevels. Just rely on the normal map wherever I can. I wonder what that little section is for. Is it just shore up the whole thing? Yeah, so separate these out too. My brain was just having a meltdown there. Okay, and then we're gonna move that over to this side as well. Where's my ref? deep is that inset? Way deeper than I have it. Oh, we need to apply the build first. The boolean. What? So confused. Why? Huh? Okay, now it's fine. Okay, cool. Hi, Aina! What are you actually making? This is a grindstone. Making a little grindstone for the blacksmith area. So I'm just gonna get this in now. Are you going to add functionality to rotate it in the engine? That is a very good question, Roy. It would be very simple to do. But I'm probably just going to keep it to the asset. Because that's the functionality that will be up to the people that would buy the pack, right? I was going to say millstone. I think a millstone is for milling grain, right? But it kind of has the same functionality. No, well, not really, I guess. Fuck it, let's pretend it does. You know? Screw it. We will sell these as a pack. Yes, yes. Oh, is it something for them to do or the creator? That will be up to them, right? Like people that buy the pack, like that's I'm gonna leave that functionality to them, because the reason why I say so is I don't know how specific they want to get, right? So let's say they just wanna have an asset pack, then they don't need all that animation rubbish added on top of it, and it's just gonna make it's just gonna make like the whole thing bloated, right? Because then you have to think about like a non-animated and an animated asset, and then yeah, I think just leaving it up to them, because usually it's also gonna be tied into like NPC animations, right? So the rotation speed that I'll set it to might not be good for like the rotation speed and animation that like the character that's gonna be handling it, they're not gonna be aligned, right? So in that case, I'll just leave it to the people that want to use the pack, right? It also makes my life way easier as well. And it's also for them in specific use cases. It's way easier for them to add it to the use cases where they need it than me doing it on the entire pack. Right? It's going to cost me like, I don't know, way much more time to do it on the entire pack than what they need for their specific use case. That's kind of the way that I look at it. Also, can't be bothered, you know? Like, even though it's relatively simple, like it will add like another layer to the assets, right? Because then if this is going to be animated, are we gonna have particle effects? Are we gonna Are we gonna like have particle effects in the entire scene, right? It just scales out of proportion like really quick. Because let's say you do animations on this scene, on this one asset, then is all of this stuff gonna be animated too? Like all the bellows, like all the furnaces, all the grindstones? No thanks. Oh man, I only just found out I can put dark mode of YouTube PC as a grateful. Hell yeah! Ease into the void. Best way to add the setup for animations is to have the origin in the right place. Well, that's not even what I'm gonna do, right? I'm not gonna separate these out. So they're not gonna come as separate components. I'm gonna leave it completely up to them. But that's the thing, right? Like let's say in your case, you're making a medieval asset package as well, right? But yours is very specific to, let's say, a blacksmith, right? If it's that specific, it might be worth it for you to then add animations and like blueprints and all that kind of stuff and make it like a fully featured pack. But I'm doing like a medieval mega pack, right? So we're talking about different scales then, and different implications on the scope of the project. That's the most important thing. Because I know that I'm going crazy on the scope already, and the animations would just make it so much worse. Hey, oh, I finally got your feedback. I'm going to watch it this weekend. That's awesome. Let me know what you think of it. I still need to reply on some of the comments on that video as well. What's happening? Why are you spilling over to that side? You're fine. You're fine. It's you, isn't it? Oh, I can't. Alright, so what do we name this? What do we name this guy? Hello? Oh. So these are grindstone 1, grindstone 2. I'm just gonna call this grindstone 3. And let's get this sucker in. I think to elaborate a little bit on what you're asking as well, Roy, like if you're thinking about selling your own stuff, you kind of always have to think about it in the perspective of the people that you want to serve with this pack, right? And for me, I'm keeping it more specific to like people who want to build worlds with this, right? And if they then want to add those additional animations, that's up to them. But I want to give them like all the assets and like all the tools for that. Did we? Yeah, we imported. So put this sucker in. Let's get the second one imported as well. I do need to make some adjustments to this one though, because I want to make it closer to this guy. It's nearly there, you know? I just need to make sure that it's different enough from this guy to set it apart from itself. I was thinking what adds value, but as you said, it takes a lot more time. Yeah, it's a balancing thing, right? It adds potential value to the people that see the value in it, but in this case, it might be a very specific group that may or may not have use for it. And does that time reflect on the price point, etc.? Yeah. Well, pricing is like a whole different conversation. That's usually the tricky part. Because we as artists suck at pricing our work. Myself included. I always feel guilty. Yeah. And that's unfortunately our downfall, right? Well, downfall. Oh. Don't want to make it too dramatic, but like we could have it so much better than we have. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. Because the thing is, like, it's not only your pricing that matters, right? Because your prices, they also determine what is the standard or the average of the marketplace, right? So if, like, let's say a bunch of artists go in there and they undervalue the work that they're doing, then you coming in as a new seller in that marketplace, it's going to be harder for you to compete with the same price points if you want to set the bar higher, right? Because the market has determined the price to be lower than what you wanted it to be. Yeah, there are ways though. There are ways. I think we should strive for asking more for our work for sure. Yeah, it's a hard thing to define. I think there's also the real thing of if you create quality, right? Like people are willing to pay like way more for that. Like it's a whole presentation thing as well. How do you export Blender cloth sims to other programs like Unreal Engine? Please don't say Alembic. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's been a while since I did any of the cloth simming and like exporting it to like another program. But Kairo's saying Alembic, so I'm going with that. Alembic. USD? Could be, but it's not. I don't think it's supported. I don't know. Don't even know where I'm going with that. Like, I have honestly no idea about USD. Because USD is more for like just literal like one-to-one transitions between what you have in your scene, like everything included, and then like your engine, right? That's what they use on what is the thing from Nvidia again? I don't remember the name. Omniverse, that's the one. It's very USD driven. From what I understand from it. Extend this out of the way. Has anyone actually played around with USD before? Like in Unreal specifically? Yeah, so Cairo is kinda... Yes. Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength as Cairo, I think. It's like, I know that there's support for it. I know that people taunt it as like the future of was it file formats, right? Other than that, no clue. I think Disney used it as well, right? For their stuff as well. Again, other than that, no clue. Importing all the assets, the pivot point works better. But are you, Roy, are you still moving your stuff to 000? Are you using a batch exporter for that? For the pivot point specifically, right? Batch. Okay. How does it work better then? I genuinely have no idea, right? Genuinely don't. This is not a trap question or anything like that. I'm gonna do a cheeky boolean here. But with USD, it just imported my pivot points from Blender locally. But that's usually what a batch exporter does as well, right? Like that's what I'm doing here. Like I can... I don't know if we're talking about the same thing here. Hello? Yeah, so if we take this asset, like the pivot point is underneath it, right? But then if I were to move it up to the side, and without moving it to like 000 or anything like that, I can just say export for Unreal Engine, which is like the batch exporter that I use. Then once I do an update in here, I can just say re-import, and it will do the update to the pivot point. Right? So I assume for sure USD is doing the same thing. I'm not even using that. Yeah. That's what I thought. Like it's with a batch exporter, I think honestly that's the most important feature. That it does like the local pivot offsetting thing. Let's fix that up. This is the one that I'm using. I'll link it in the description. Blender for Unreal Engine. So we were doing a boolean. Okay. Boolean. Just gonna apply that thing to it. Then individual. Give it like a little bit of a gap so that we get like a nice bit of detail. Trying to create like a little bit of separation here. Play around with the shape a little bit more as well, gives us a little bit more freedom. Nice. Yeah, I love this add-on. Like, it's basically this one, right? It has like a whole bunch of options, but basically what it comes down to is uh you set your export path in nomenclature. You just set like your static mesh export path to like a folder you want to use, and then you have to tag like every asset that you want to export as like export recursive, and then export for Unreal, and that's it. Simple. There's probably like a whole bunch more functionality that I'm not even using, but yeah, I love this add-on for it. So I'm gonna make like an additional brace here. I saw Dev made like a direct imported from Blender to Unreal, testing it out, I guess like a datasmith. Yeah, that's also one thing that I don't have any clue about, like the whole datasmith thing. I got no idea. When people are playing with like live importing or anything like that. No clue. Probably like, again, like a whole bunch of cool stuff that you can do with it that I will probably never have the time to explore. What was he doing with it though? Was it literal like a live operations or something like that? And I'm just gonna put that this stuff is also fastened together. What's that thingy here? What are you doing? What happened to that add-on that let you use geo nodes? It was limited though. What's it called again? I tried it once for one thing. But yeah, I don't really use geonodes that much. Apart from like tools that I need in Blender. And for the rest of it, you would probably use like geometry scripting now, right? Inside of Unreal. Or PCG or whatever you need, right? Depending on the use case. Or just straight up Houdini, I guess. If you dare to venture. Oh, Alter Mesh. That was the name of the add-on. I have a small question, but I'm struggling with it for a couple of weeks now. Oh, fire away. Let's get it cleared up. And I'm not sure if I want to do this, spend all my time behind the screen. Did you ever had a similar feeling or thoughts when you were a student? That's a very good question. I mean, it's a question about balance, right? I genuinely enjoy like the stuff that I'm doing. And I get a lot of satisfaction out of it. Right? But if there's something inherently saying within you that this is not your thing and you don't want to spend like all your time behind the screen, then maybe it's not for you. But it depends, right? It's not a black and white thing. Like it could be that it's still something is for you, but that you also need to combine it with like going out, like at least for a couple of hours a day, or I don't know, like whole weeks of just going out and then, yeah, doing something else, right? I think in like what I'm kind of getting to is that in this day and age, there's more and more the opportunity to make your own balance up, right? But I think, especially in the beginning, there's still gonna be like the 8-hour thing, right? Like just 8 hours in a studio is still gonna be there. I'm trying to think if I ever really struggled with that. I think when I did think about that, right? Like if this is the thing that I really want to do, like sitting 8 hours behind my desk, I think what I was doing, and this is a personal thing, right? Like what I was doing is I was reflecting the stuff that I was doing on the people, or reflecting the stuff that people were doing around me on myself, right? And the friend group that I kind of grew up with and still I'm friends with, like they all have like manual jobs, right? With manual, I mean like, I don't know, woodworking, mechanics, like they're always out and about and they don't really have that much contact with screens as I do, right? And that's mainly the point that I started really thinking about it, where I was like, is this the thing that I want to do? Because all my friends are kind of not doing it and they kind of seem to go out more and all that stuff. Right? But what really turned it for me is that I'm not walking their path. I'm walking my path. Right? And that's when I really started leaning into like what I enjoy. And I honestly, like, I enjoy like sitting here for hours and hours making environment art stuff, like making models and like really putting in the time and the details, and this is my happy place, right? And sometimes it's kind of difficult because there might also be the thing, the very real reality of like, hey, this is all I won't say all I've done, but like all I've definitely done in the last decade, right? Is this. So maybe there's that that aspect to it too, where it's just because you're used to it, like that's what you're exposed to, right? If that makes sense. But honestly, I never had it as a student that in depth because I was just like I was in getting shit done mode, you know? Like I was trying to pass grades. I didn't really have time to stop and think for the most time. I don't know. Does anyone feel the same? Or any thoughts on this subject? Because I feel to me that's at least what a lot of it comes down to, right? It's just you got to make your own choices. And if you don't like where you're heading, you can course correct. Right? It doesn't mean that it's going to be forever. Like there might be, let's say in 10 years, I might be like, oh god, I just hate the thought of going behind my PC and like making environments all day. It might be something different at that point, right? But I don't know. I'm just taking it step by step. Small steps at a time. It's a very good question though. And I feel like these are the more important ones, right? Like the ones that are inflection moments of like who you are now as a person and who you want to be in the future. Those are some very important questions. Roy is saying, for example, go for walks or a gym, pick up other hobbies. Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, to come back to your point, it's a shitty podcast is also, as a student, like that's all you know, right? Kind of what I said just now, right? I was in grind mode and that was the only thing that I did. And it's kind of like you have your blinders on, right? And you're just like moving forward and you don't take the time to reflect. I guess I haven't found my thing yet, I guess. I was reading a book that you have to find something you enjoy doing all the parts of the process, not just getting to the satisfaction when you're done. Yeah, that's important, but I'll open up on that too, right? Like I didn't have the feeling that I was enjoying the process when I was a student. Like I hated the process. You know? Because there's so much technical stuff that needs to get out of the way first before you can really start enjoying the process. There were a lot of parts, oh my god, trust me. Like when I had to do props, you know, basically the stuff that I'm doing now, although not with trim sheets. But let's give a better example, right? Like these props that I did like in the last week. These props that I did in the last week, if you asked me to do that as a student, oh my god, I would hate the entire day. You know, because I don't like making like one-to-one like little small assets and then spend like, I don't know, 2 weeks texturing it, right? That's not what jives with me. But now I'm getting more and more to the point where the small stuff is also in service to the bigger point, right? So you can find ways to kind of mold your perspective of one thing in service of another. And that's, I think, where you get to appreciate more parts of the process. Not that you necessarily enjoy them, right? But you appreciate them for what they are and that they're necessary to get to the end result. But oh my god, like the amount of stuff that I hated to do as a student. Like, I think everyone goes through that, you know? And I think surviving that and like getting through all those steps that you kind of hate because it's such a mind melt, right? Because you're trying to get over all the technical hurdles. That's also what's going to make you into the artist that you are. But yeah, it's a very evolving thing, right? Like it's it's not consistent either, right? Like there might be moments when you hate to do a certain part, and there might be moments when you absolutely love it, right? That also plays into it. And like your personality develops over time as well, and like your interests shift and they change. So it's like a very fluid and evolving thing. You have to kind of look at it like that. That's also why I say like take it one step ahead, like the one step at a time, right? Is there something that kind of piques your interest now? Kind of follow that a little bit, right? Like lead into it. And then maybe you don't like it, right? Like once you start leading into it, maybe you're like, I don't like that part of it. Okay, let's try something else, you know? Kind of experiment. Look around, try different things. It might be like an abstract concept of the stuff that I'm going to say now, but that's also the way that I look at like developing an art style. You don't sit down and develop an art style, right? Like an art style, that is something that you develop by chasing the stuff that you like and that inspires you from other games, and removing the stuff that you don't like, right? And then over time you kind of create like your own visual library and like your own visual style. I think the same happens on like a personality level as well, where you pick up pieces that you like and you shave off the pieces that you don't like, right? And over time you become a more well-rounded person. Hopefully, if you're introspective and keep that in mind, right? Cairo was saying, I don't think anyone enjoys every part of the process. Yeah. I mean, look, there's definitely parts that I don't enjoy as much as I do creating levels, right? So for sure, there's always going to be parts where you're like, kind of hate this, but hey, you need to push on. UVs? I've grown to love UVs. Like, the stuff that I'm doing, I love UVing. I love, like, ordering it and, like, I don't know, it's very peaceful. But I think this is also coming from a person that hated UVs. Absolutely hated UVs when I was a student. And to me it comes down to... the technical understanding. Right? Because I feel the reason why I always hated UVs is because I was cutting them up and then hoping that the bake would come out, but I had no idea on how the bake would actually come out. But once you've done it like a lot of times, you can kind of see the end result as you're doing the UVs, right? And you kind of get like a better technical understanding of like what's gonna come out at the other end. And I think that's also like just a lot of this, right? Like it's a technicality usually gets in the way of like the artistic enjoyment. And it's yeah, it's a growing process, right? Yeah, but very interesting point to bring up, Shitty Podcast. Like it's a thing that a lot of people struggle with, right? Like it's so, to me, it's so inherent to your artistic journey. Because sometimes there's like uncomfortable stuff that you just have to push through, you know? Like I did like a lot of uncomfortable stuff when I did my... Uncomfortable in the ways like that it really challenged my skill set, and that it really forced me to like reveal my vulnerabilities as like an artist, right? Yeah. But also, I'll also say this, right? I went to school with a good buddy of mine. And after school, after 4 years of hard work, like the IA as well, right? Like the school that we went through. After school, they were like, maybe this is not for me, right? And now they're kind of floating in between stuff. They tried like another education that didn't really work, and now they're teaching in like a school, and that's kind of like really vibing with them, you know. So it's like it's soul searching, what it comes down to, I think. Thanks for the insight. I'm just gonna push on with school and try and focus on things I like a lot. I think it's more going to make things... Yeah, for sure. The other thing that I would do with school as well is I would try to force my assignments more into the direction that I was gravitating towards, right? So for me, that was environments, right? I always wanted to make like environments. So I try to push like everything in function of the environment side of things. Coffee Diction says, AI is my fear. Once it can create better quality than human can, I feel like I'd be missing out on jobs altogether. So I'm always hanging behind and never gonna get into the industry this way. Very simply, copyright is gonna prevent you from, well, it's gonna prevent big studios from completely replacing you. So just keep making art. No, I think honestly, nah, I don't even want to go into it. Like that, like we talked enough about AI. Roy saying, I work for myself, I work from home, I probably sit in front of my screen for more than 8 hours, but it's my passion, and at the same time I also am a weightlifting coach. Yeah! Spend the other half of my time training. I mean, I spend like easily way more than 8 hours a day, like behind my screen. For sure. And I wake up and I'm excited to do it the next day. Right? I always feel so bad hearing my YouTube name. I think I'm going to change to my real name. Yeah, okay, so let me enjoy a couple more rounds then, shitty podcast. Thank you for the good questions. Let's see, let me catch up on the chat as well. This is a very interesting topic. Ana saying, I learned to enjoy the process. First time I used Maya, I never thought I ever wanted 3D model again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like it's a new thing and you're putting on the training wheels again and it's like, oh my god, like why do I do this to myself? Like that whole attitude of like, oh, god, here we go again, you know? Pyramid Scheme is saying, it's a tricky question the way I see it. Traditional painters and sculptors spend their entire day in the studio. Who am I to complain? Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, ideally, for every person, they should find the thing that they spend like a whole bunch of time on, makes them money, but doesn't actually feel like work. You know, to me, that seems to be, well, that's kind of the thing that I'm doing here, right? Of course, like, there's always going to be parts of the job that you just have to do, right? Like, always. Like, no matter where you look, right? Like, I don't know, like, professional streamers, like YouTubers, there's always going to be parts of the process that are like, I'd rather be doing something different, you know? And there's a lot of that going on. Right? Like there's a lot of admin and like producing stuff that I have to do, which I didn't necessarily sign up to, but it's in service to like the bigger thing again, right? So yeah, I think there's always going to be that. It's just what's important to me over time is that the stuff that I hate to do is in service to the bigger thing that I absolutely enjoy, right? Because if the small thing is in service to the big thing that you also hate to do, then I think honestly that's where like a lot of the burnout is coming from as well, right? Where let's say you're not really happy at your job, and then someone, like, the assets that you make are like they're not really like what you want to put on your portfolio, and then you have to do UVs for them. Like, I can guarantee you that you're gonna hate your time on those UVs. Hate it. But if you're excited working on a project and then you have to do UVs, you're like, I mean, I hate UVs, but fuck yeah, let's go, right? Let's do it. Roy saying, I decided to earn less working for myself than working in the studio. Oh yeah, me too. I'm happier, albeit poor. Same here. And I wouldn't go back to it. They could offer me 10 times the amount that I'm earning now, and I would probably reject it. Hey Puns! How are you? I love your work. Thank you so much. I have been watching your videos for quite a while. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much for the support. That's awesome. Yeah, this is usually highlights. That's better. But I think honestly these topics are super important. You know, like the crossover where your personality and who you are and who you want to develop as like a person, with the crossover of the work that you'll be doing. That's the stuff that's really important, right? Because I can talk about the work all day and like I can tell you all the secret tips and tricks, and I can give like all the information that you need. But if eventually you don't, that's not your goal, then it's kind of pointless. So yeah, journey to self-discovery is very important. You gotta just take time to figure things out, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to, like, usually it starts out being okay. And then once you start trimming the fat, then it becomes good over time. And then over time, it can possibly become perfect. That's the way that I look at it. Also, I'll add another thing, right? Talking about like this self-development thingy, like the whole self-development cycle. Oh god, stupid UVs. Yes, but talking about like the self-development cycle, like you change over time as well, right? And like the context that you're working within changes as well. So I'll give an example, right? When I was thinking about quitting at Frontier Developments, the first job that I worked at, I had this idea that the company that I was working for was very stagnant, right? Like that was my idea from the company that I was working at. And that's why I ultimately left. However, if you look at Frontier Developments now, they're making so many projects. They have so much talent under their wing. Like I wasn't part of like a stagnant environment. Really. What I was part of is I just didn't have anything to compare it to. Right? That was a real issue. And I think that can also apply to yourself here, right? Is sometimes you don't have anything to compare with, and all you get to do is think about this choice that you made right now when you're like, oh, I'm spending 8 hours a day in front of my screen. So maybe try and find some comparisons for yourself. Get some new life experiences. This environment reminds me of Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Ghost of Tsushima. Cool vibes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's see. A couple of issues here, I think. UV slightly misaligning. These are honestly the questions that I absolutely love. Absolutely. So thank you so much, Lars, for asking that question. Puns, due to your busy schedule, do you get time to play games? I have a pretty normal schedule. Pretty normal. I do enjoy my work though. And yeah, I played some Risk of Rain 2 yesterday evening for a couple of hours. So I do use games as a way to chill out at the end of the day. What am I doing here? I'm kind of just brain dead modeling at this point. Yes. Okay, so this one. Let's see. Let's move this thing up as well. I'll make it a little bit more compact. Oh, there's an issue here though. Like, this isn't tied to anything, right? So, how does that work? How does that work? Probably ask myself that question a little bit sooner. But it's like, it's anchored in here. What's going on with the geo? The hell? Yeah, but I make time. I make time to play games. I think that's the way that I would describe it. I like saying that I make time because then I'm in control of it, right? Because everyone gets the same amount of time. So this is gonna be anchored in here, and then we're probably gonna move up like the whole wheel. Select all of this stuff. Yeah, what are some recommendations, people? Give me some recommendations to play. Like, what is your favorite game recently? Cool, I was just playing A Plague Tale Requiem a moment ago. Have you played it? Yes, it's right over here. Look like a bunch of screenshots from all this stuff. Very cool game. I was mainly just interested in the marketplace, so I played up until the market and then I stopped. That's the way I play games. An amazing game. Yeah. Also, another really influential game on the stuff that I'm making is Kingdom Come Deliverance. If you've never played that game before, I love that game. And just the way that it looks, it's awesome. So highly recommend that. I mean, just look at the concept art. How beautiful is that? Beauty. Look at this. So nice. Really enjoying Kenshi at the moment. Don't think I know that game. To be honest, like, you're gonna stumble into this, like, I'm not that good at keeping up with all this stuff, you know? I have, like, my niche games that I love to play, and then games that are quite close to, like, artistic inspiration, and the rest of it all just goes into, like, the memory bin. What was I looking at? What was I looking at? Yeah, this thing. Can't really see it. But so, this person is stepping on this, that's gonna drive like the whole wheel, right? Because this is like a radial axis, so it's gonna be pushing that down. So that means that there must be like a hinge at the end of it. So we need to, I'm gonna put in a placeholder for that hinge. Just add a quick type over here. Whoop. I need to find some ref how that actually works. Okay, because I know that it attaches to here, but then how does it attach to the thing in the back? Oh, you know what could be cool? I'm gonna yank this over and probably see what I'm doing here already, right? And then like this. Hello, Lucky. Hello, Timothy. Been watching the streams offline, and thank you for putting up such great content and information for everyone. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Lucky. And thank you for enjoying the content as well. People like yourself are the reason why I love to do this. Let's see. So yeah, this bracket needs to be cleaned up, right? So we're not just going to use this little bracket, but I think as like an indication of how it might work, this could actually be cool. Does it need to go all the way through? Maybe for stability's sake. Stability's sake. Should do, right? Talk about stakes. Let me yank a stake off of this thingy. There's a good one. This is so cool. You worked on Far Cry 6. I remember when Far Cry came out back in the day. Loved it. Oh, are you talking about the original one? Or Far Cry 6? Did that come out? Was that 2019? This time flies. Was it 2019? I'm not even sure. 6. Oh, yeah. Age validation, let's go. Oh, the game is not yet available on Steam. Oh. Oh, so it's going to release on Steam. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, whatever. Too lazy to find it. 21, wasn't it? Okay, now I have to do some digging, Kyra. Oh my god. I've just given up my rabbit hole search. Like, if it doesn't come up in like a second, I'm out. Far Cry 6. Release date. Let's go. Oh, 2 is 21. Oh. Yeah, it's not 19. That doesn't make sense. I was still working at Frontier then. I honestly can't keep up with like the timeline of like my own life. It sounds so ridiculous. We're just like, cool, done that, moving on, let's go. For 2, mesh. Let's fill up this gap. It's a little chunky boy, isn't it? So let's do this. And let's extend this little thingy over here. From today? Oh, from the beginning until today. Oh, awesome. So you've seen all the Far Cry ones. I think I started playing No, I played Far Cry 3 for sure. And a buddy of mine was like a big fan of like 2, so we kind of played that afterwards. But I started at 3, and then I really enjoyed 5 as well. But I didn't play 4. Any of the other ones. I wanted to ask a question regarding time management. Oh my god, I can't spell. Especially when working on a full-time game. I know it would be different for different people and situational dependencies, but what would be your general suggestion around it? Specifically on working on personal projects after work. Is it a good idea to do every day or portion some days throughout the week? Would love to hear your thoughts around it. That's a great question, Cloud Lucky. I think what's important to everyone, well, what I always am a big proponent for is making a habit, right? So I think the habit is the most important part. Like the way that you set up that habit is up to you. So for me, what I've done for years now, and it kind of started when I was doing my first job. I kind of had the attitude of like, I'll just do like half an hour a day, right? Personal work, just half an hour. And then if I want to do more, that's fine, but I can't do less. So I'll just do half an hour and that flies by really quickly. And then if I'm tired that day, I'll just chill out. Right? But just building up that habit of doing half an hour a day to me was like really valuable. Because now, yeah, it became like, it's been a habit for such a long time that I don't even have to think about it anymore, right? Which is ideally the state that you want to get to with a habit. Like it becomes so natural that you don't have to think about it. However, it comes with the big caveat that what works for me doesn't necessarily work for you, right? Not only because you might have different what is it, like different restrictions or like different responsibilities? Maybe you have like a family, maybe you have kids, maybe you have other hobbies that you want to keep up. I'm very singular in that. Like this is the majority of the things that I do, right? So yeah, but I would say it's very important to build up that habit. Honestly, that's where I would start. Because we kind of talked about it before. Like you want to get away from being motivated to work on a project and you just want to do the work like consistently and that you don't have to think about actually doing the work. Like you already got one step ahead by not thinking about the work anymore, or like the work that you're not thinking about the step where you think that you have to do work because you're gonna do work regardless, right? It just becomes a question of what you're gonna do today, right? And that's way more important if you want to get shit done. Yeah. That's what I would say on that topic for sure. Because yeah, like there are days that you might not want to work, right? That you have no energy left over. That's fine. Just do half an hour and you're good, right? Like chill the rest of the day. Or rest of the time that you have to spend, like you can just chill out. But at least you have done your half an hour. And I think over time, what happened to me was that it just grew from being half an hour to, oh, maybe I'll do an hour. You know, maybe I'll do 2 hours. And then it gradually just scaled up by itself. How about modeling the environment for the whole day and spending an hour playing a game? A cheat day? No, it's not a cheat day. It's a reward for doing good work. Right? That actually brings up an important point. That's also why I play games at the end of the day. Because it's a reward for doing good work. Right? Like you're kind of tricking yourself into like, hey, if I just do the work first, then I can treat myself to whatever I want to do afterwards, right? Let's say a game. And whatever that is for you, that's for you to decide again, right? Like most of my what is it? Like rewards at the end of the day are usually games as well. But sometimes I'll just sit in the couch and like listen to a podcast, you know? Just not thinking about anything, just chilling out. Great to hear that, thanks so much. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the good question as well. Have you played any of these games? Oh my god, there's just like a whole bunch of games on the screen. Okay. Outlast, no. Resident Evil, no. Silent Hill, no. Days Gone, no. Dying Light, yes. Alan Wake, no. Blair Witch, no. Fear, yes. Dead Space, yes. Doom, yes. Murder Soul, no. Evil Within, no. Dark Pictures, no. Until Dawn, no. Last of Us, no. Amnesia, no. Metro, yes. Alien Isolation, no. There you go. The whole list. What the fuck happened here? Yeah, someone likes horror. You could have just said like the whole survival horror genre, right? Like save yourself the thing of just spelling them all out. Now, honestly, like the games that I love to play are very casual experiences. Like, I'll tell you a game that I'm looking forward to that I still need to get. It's actually already released, right? But it's Coffee Talk. Coffee Talk 2 has just been released, and that's a game that I've been looking forward to. It's because the first one was such a gem of a game. And that game is literally just you have your own coffee shop and you talk to people coming in and you listen to what they have to say. That's it. And it's probably been definitely my favorite indie game, like from the last couple of years. Cause yeah, at the end of the day, I don't wanna get all riled up with like horror games. Plus, I think games are recently getting so realistic that the gore in them is just too much. You know, I don't need to be overwhelmed by people's skulls splitting open in Dead Space. Like, I don't want to subject myself to that. Right? Especially when it's almost realistic. It's not a thing for me anymore. Hell no. What is your favorite game out of that list, though, Buns? Zone 02, let's get that in. What is it? Last one. We need to change the orientation of this one though. For recursive, let's do it. Can I actually... Oh, hold up. I can hotkey this as well. So, can I? No, I can't. Dang it. That sucks. Okay. So yeah, that's actually, when it comes to like a cheat day, right? You need to be able to reward yourself for it, like as like a gift to yourself for staying on track, right? Because else, how are you gonna do it? Like I've built like a stupid like evening routine where once I'm by myself and I'm working on my personal project, like usually I've been working through the day anyway, but I'll have this evening routine where I make like an iced coffee, right? And that's like a treat for like the day, like getting through the day. And saying that, I realized that we ran out of it, so I need to run to the shop like after the stream to get myself a new tub of frappe. It's little quirky things like that, you know? Like it's so personal to me. Grindstone! Why am I shouting? Zone 01. Let's go. This one, grindstone 02 is in here as well. I realized last night I've been switching my decaf and normal coffee brands for the past month, so I've always had a nice decaf before teaching at night, except... Uh-oh. Oh, man. Did you notice, like, your sleep being affected? Even before you realized that you switched your decaf and your normal coffee? I need a good coffee to work. There was actually... I was listening to a podcast. I still need to finish it yesterday from Diary of a CEO. Where they kind of talked about the effects of coffee, and there was some really interesting stuff said about that. Well, it was more about like glucose and like taking in sugars and all that stuff. But what was the interesting said that they... Yeah, like you get used to it, right? Like after a while, like you just get used to like the caffeine. But yeah, usually they say like don't drink caffeine. What is it? Like after 4 in the afternoon or something like that? Because else it might affect like your sleep patterns and your sleep rhythm. That was a different podcast episode, I think. Yeah, it might even be midday or 2 p.m. Like it was way earlier than I expected it to be. Made some cool looking grindstones today. We made some cool looking assets today in general. I love it. What else is there? Need to make some anvils as well. It's anvil boys. It's weird because in the Mediterranean you eat quite late and then you would have a coffee. Yeah. I mean, it's usually not one thing that's gonna cause another, right? It's usually like, we're so complex. So complex. Kind of looking around about what I wanna still do. Like a miniature one. Maybe we'll do this as like a lasting on stream. Probably gonna be a quick one because we have like a couple of bases now that we can work from. So it's kind of gonna use this base without like all the rotational elements to it. Right, we're gonna make this wheel way smaller. And then it's gonna be sunk into the wood as well. This thing is gonna go, this thing goes as well. Steel here. That. I think the legs are also a bit more tripod-like, right? So it's a little bit up as well. And then what I also want to do, yeah, I should do first. Just a little bit. You gotta treat yourself sometime, you know? Like I'm doing with the iced coffee at night. Just gotta, don't always have to be too harsh on yourself either. Right? Like, I mean, artistic journey is such a crazy one. Also good to kind of reflect. Be kind to yourself too. Screwing up all my UVs, but screw it. Don't care. could actually do is let's not do it for the wheel. So we're going to separate that out, and I'm just going to symmetry the rest of it. Lucky, are you creating your own materials or using scans for the tiling textures or a mix and match of both? I create everything myself in this scene. So not using any scans. The closest that I'll probably get to it is I went to the forest and took some pictures from leaves and branches, and I then cleaned them up and made that into an atlas that I then scatter on top of the tiling textures that I've made in Substance. That's probably the closest that I'm gonna get to scans in that way. Bonk, bonk. Yeah. Trying to keep everything my would actually be cool. I don't think I've ever done like real scanning. Right? Roy saying, well, you have to, I guess, selling them on a marketplace. Well, no, you can buy assets that you can resell, right? So there's stuff that comes with commercial licenses. You could technically find stuff that you can then resell. Guess. The human scale ref passed out in the background. Hell yeah! That's it's for reference for my tools that I have laid out right next to them so that I can see the human scale. Yeah, let's just pretend she's had a little bit too much to drink. You know? Well, Sarah, I didn't read what you said in the beginning. Are you busy these days? It's been a while since I've seen you in the voice chat. Maybe this was just mega scans. Yeah, I don't. It's actually an interesting one because you can use mega scans in commercial products, right? Because else, what's the point? Because you make games with them. But I don't think you can resell them in an asset pack. In that case, that would make sense, right? Because then, what's the point? Like you're basically grabbing free assets and then like reselling them. Working on the CGMA course? Oh, nice. Had a technical mishap, so it set me back in time quite a bit. So I've been working a lot to catch up. Oh, that's unfortunate, Sarah. I hope it's salvageable. Was something wrong with your PC or something like that? Or was it more like a software issue? Funky boy, let's scale you down. Alright, and then we're gonna... Honestly, I'm just gonna delete this. So ugly. It's almost like a cheese wheel. It's in the middle of it. Where's the bracket that we can reuse? So I'm just gonna strip this bracket off of it. Right. And then just gonna replace like the middle section with that nice, let's see. It's able to rotate. Make sure. And then we're gonna make this chunky. We're gonna I'm gonna head off, breathe some different air than my own. Thanks for the stream and the previous talks. Bye-bye. Take care, Coffee Addiction. And also, keep going, man. Keep going strong. You're nearly there with your current scene. Final push. Up to speed now. My silly me just accidentally reverted back to an old save a day before we had to give our assignment, so I had to basically redo a lot. Oh, that's a pain. Yeah, painful. Reminder for me to back up my projects, I guess. Yep. A recommendation on that front is a Dropbox or any sort of cloud storage, right? Can help you save a lot of time. A lot of time. I actually, specifically for this reason, and also because running beyond extent as well, I have my own NAS drive that I bought like a couple of years ago, and I just back everything up there. So even because I had like an SSD crash like a couple months ago, right? Oh, it was so nice. It was so nice to not have to worry about like any of my personal files, like any of my work files, because they were all just on the NAS drive, right? And I was just like, oh, I can just yeet everything from that SSD and yeah, buy a new one, reinstall Windows, and reinstall the programs, and I was up and running again. Sync from master Dropbox too. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Like I was thinking getting another NAS and then putting it at my parents' place and then having them sync up between each other. That's what I was thinking, but I mean, yeah, it's also not that not that cheap that I can just buy like a couple one. It's an investment, right? That would be like the next step into like security or like data security on my end. Because I hate losing files. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, sorry to hear that happen, Sarah. Yep, I was using a Samsung, which one was it? 980? 980 Pro, I think. I think 970. As a professional, do you use Maya and 3ds Max apart from Blender? Depends on the studio. I actually use both. So at Frontier Developments, where I worked before, I used Maya, and at Ubisoft we used Max. So I have worked in most of the major modeling softwares. The ones that are using games, at least. Yes. Nice. Yeah. Anything can die at any time, right? You gotta kind of be prepared for that. That's why having a backups and like a NAS with like RAID redundancy, and yeah, you gotta protect yourself for that as much as possible. Oh, Karaf is saying, reminds me of my time when my HDD died with my final school project on it, and I had 2 weeks to do 6 months of work. Oh my god, how did that work out? How did that work out? Like, did you pass the grade? What happened there? Thanks for the advice, guys. Haven't even considered the potential of an SSD dying on you. Yeah. I mean, anything can die, right? Like Puns was saying, like it's all technology. Like it can all just stop working at any point in time. I mean, this is almost like setting up like a doomsday scenario, right? Where no one's actually ever gonna be safe or like think that you should be using anything because it can all just die at one point. So don't want to be doom and gloom about it, but oh, nice! You got the best mark. That's awesome. Especially in those circumstances, that's crazy. Yeah, I think this is the first SSD that died on me. The first one. Yeah, I have like a bunch of leftover like external hard drives and all that kind of stuff just because, yeah, can never be safe enough. Even run Unreal Direct from my NAS? Oh yeah, I'm not there yet. I just use it for file storage. What is that? That is some sort of water, right? Is that water? Probably. They wouldn't use oil. Not on the grindstone. That would kind of defeat the purpose. But actually don't wanna add that. Not a fan of external drives anymore? Yeah, I barely use mine either. Like, it was just like a leftover thing that I had from like uni. But yeah, now that I got the NAS, oh my god. So good. Recommend. Whee! Cool. How is the fake? It's fake rope. It's probably just glued to it. Yeah. It's probably the last detail that I'll add to it. Just switch those places up. Right. This is just a block out, right? So I don't want to spend too much time on it. Especially figuring out the details. No need for that yet. Want to keep it nice and fluid. So yeah, we'll also need to adjust like some of these edges, right? So that it doesn't look like the same thing all over the place. Plop. Then I'll make sure to, probably next time I'll add that to the beam underneath it as well. So that we kind of have ropes connecting the whole thing. Oh, actually, yes, let's use the symmetry. Is that just an instance? Okay, just an instance. Even this and move pivot point. And let's merge everything. It's a two-sided one now. Need to apply the mirror first. Nice one. I think that's enough variation, right? Like maybe next time what I'll look at is we can distinguish them even more. See, it's not too bad. Data. So, oh, you are still pipes. Oh no, you're not. Wait, are you? Oh, you are. What? I converted these to mesh though. Oh no, I didn't. And I only did the ones underneath it. That makes sense. Hey. Okay, nice. Let's get this one in. What is the material assigned to this boy? Let's get the placeholder in. Nice. Yes, yes, yes. I like where this is going. I can see the potential of it. I think next time what we'll do is we'll build like we'll do a little bit of level art first, where we start dressing up like a blacksmith area to just identify what we still need. Then maybe do some additional detailing on the props. Yes. Love it. Let's have a look. Go for something moody? Too moody? Well, post-apocalyptic? No, let's not. Just gonna leave it with this guy. Oh! Time for me to head off. Yeah, but thanks so much for joining. I hope you had a lot of fun. Thanks all for the great questions and also great discussion points as well. I hope it was useful to hear to listen to my ramblings. Yeah, so appreciate you all being here. If you wanna check out more of this stuff, like there should be a link to like the whole series down below in the description. And I don't know, if you want more knowledge, go to beyondextend.com, which is like the website and the community that I run as well. If you want to join and if you're interested in learning more, feel free to check that out. And yeah, I would love to see you here again soon. So the next time when I'll be streaming is, let me think. We have a portfolio review next week as well, which is on the 9th. So that will probably be the next one that I'll do some portfolio reviews live. So yeah, I'll see you then and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.